Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, October the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know. Thank you, William. Cool. You guys can hear me and see my screen in the main room. And if somebody would do me the honor in our YouTube room, do the same thing. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen in our YouTube room. So, what's happening this morning, as always? Congrats, William, on the great. Now, I guess it could have gone the other way had Millet not won, but yeah, so great swing on those bank stocks, or I guess at least the one. Thank you, Ramon, in our YouTube room. The bank stocks, or the one bank stock, anyway. So take a look at the Argentinian. This is the Argentinian ETF. So the whole country is up 17.8%. Individual stocks, though, can be up a lot more, like the PAM. I think it's up 38%. Yeah, 31%. And the bank stock. So will they have a fade? I don't know, but boy, that is a big move for that for the whole Argentinian market. I actually asked, I don't know if you responded to me, William. NTLA, I mean, they just got knocked down severely. Phase three, phase three. Okay, thank you. 681. They got knocked down severely on a severe adverse effect in the phase three trial. And so that is, I mean, that's 46 down 46%. Yeah, okay. Thank you, William, for your analysis of NTLA. One of the so edit. I don't know if it's just a sympathy play, but edit and NTLA, and there was the other one. What was the other one? Other big one in this sector. You saw always trade almost the same. Yeah, other things happening. BKYI. Now, this is a new partnership with IT2 Trust. Okay. Whatever that is, they've announced a new partnership. Low float, 6.8 million in the float. Soho is a buyout, guys. Soho is a buyout. You can see flatlining right now. Very cheap buyout. Click, CLIK, fading. Let's see. It got up to 18 something in the pre-market, 18 around 1836. So fading pretty badly right now. I don't see any news on Click, CLIK. Do not see any news. Just give me a moment, guys. Have to rearrange something. Okay. So, yeah, and SLGB, another one that got knocked down. SLGB, another one that got knocked down severely. Look at that, another 37. Smart. I don't know. I'm just looking to see if they did a financing or something. I don't see any financing news on this one. This is a relatively new IPO. Well, very new IPO, a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, KDP. This is on the move. This is an earnings play. Now, I thought they were. I thought they spun this off or something off. Dr. Pepper off, or they were separating coffee and soft drinks. But that was a long time ago. Also, rallying after a funding from Apollo and KKR for post-merger setup. Okay. Yeah, this is what I thought. Yeah. KDP will separate into two independent companies, one a global coffee powerhouse and another leading North American beverage brand. So I don't know when that's happening. That was announced quite a while ago. I thought, William. Yeah. So it has not happened yet. At any rate, good earnings, good reaction anyway to all this news for KDP. I think RNA is also a buyout. Yeah, RNA is also a buyout. The one flatlining right across here. Okay, I'm reading a little headline. This acquisition has positive read for Dyne Therapeutics. Let's take a look at. I haven't seen Dyne. Let me just. Oh, I think it's DYN, but let's. Yeah, DYN. Take a look if anything's happening to this one. Yeah. No. There it is. There it is. So Dyne. So this is benefiting from the acquisition. Jeffrey seeing Dyne as a key beneficiary of Novartis Avidity buyout. I guess maybe they think maybe they could be next. So anyway, there's Dyne, DYN. So here are some of the Argentinian stocks, guys. GIGAL, BBAR, BMA. These are three Argentinian stocks. PAM is another one down here. Is Biox really an Argentinian company? I don't know. I don't see it anywhere here. Not, I don't see it. It's not one of the bigger gainers, but just look at the flag. Okay, I mean, if the flag is Argentina, then yeah. So I mean, it appears to be. I mean, there's the flag of Argentina. Argentina. Okay, so no news on it. There's no specific news on it, so it's not rallying like the rest of them. There's only 27,000 shares have traded. Yeah, thank you, Obi. Yeah, there's a ton of Argentinian stocks, no question. These are the ones that are moved the most so far. RECT. Let's take a look at this one. RECT. Ooh, man, big pullback. 10 down to 469. Now, William, the OGN. Yeah, not the news you ever want to see if you're holding this. So you said you were swinging this in your account. Well, so the CEO has been turfed. Basically, he stepped down following an internal investigation into sales practices. So that is it. OGN down 23%. I actually tried to short this one and I couldn't get a fill. I mean, there were a ton of shares available, but I couldn't get a fill. And I held at the bid for a while. I was trying to get a short around the 740 mark. Couldn't get it. It was weird. It was holding. It was holding at 740. All right. And is this another? Yeah, another Argentinian stock. Okay. No, wow, 31% up. So the country itself, the country ETF is up about 18%, but there are some flying ones, individual stocks. They're 31%. Now this one does not have a lot of volume, only 32,000 shares. Is it Burlington? No, Burford Capital. No new news on this one that I can find. BUR, no news that I can find. It's just popping right now. You mentioned Kit, Obi, I think. Somebody mentioned Kit, KITT. Yeah, big spike on some volume coming in. Nauticus Robotics enters in an agreement to convert $3.7 million debt into common equity. Okay. Guys are talking about assist sneaking into the top 15 here. ASST. Next high looking left is 183. I also saw where did I see it? It's not here, not here. I saw Bed Bath and Beyond. What if this will turn into a meme stock? Now they had some news. The brand collective names Lisa Foley as chief marketing officer, and with a tie-in with BBBY, TBHC, BBBY. So there was actually some news too, not just a meme stock as such. I thought maybe this would get going too, kind of like Beyond Meat got going last week. Well, I mean, look, if it takes out 931, which it did this morning, I'm going to put another price alert around 931 just to see if it takes that weekly high out. Because then when you look left, the next weekly high is around 1220. So you never know. Yeah, the trade of the week. Yeah, I should have mentioned the trade of the week is Riot. I'll put it in the notes section or the alert section. But as always, and I know William knows this, the trigger, even though it's triggered in the pre-market, in theory, it's got the trigger during normal market hours. Okay, I mean you can take it now if you want, but so the trigger is 2188, which was the high I think of yeah, the high of Friday. That was the takeout high of Friday. Steve and I look at things really differently. Man, I look here, I look here, I look here. I would, 2219 might, for me, would be maybe a little bit better. But anyway, of course, it's all to do with Bitcoin. And Bitcoin now is up $1,500, right back up to $115,000. So let's take a look at Bitcoin, IBIT. Roberto from Brazil, bom dia, in our YouTube room. It's interesting, the market is up, 5.5 points. So there's a big move. There are a lot of gap downs though. Let's see the entire list here. But here are the gap ups. Yeah, so obviously the gap ups are way more than the gap downs, but there are some gap downs. I see some silver plays. Silver and gold might be taking another big rest. Let's take a look at gold. Oh, just a minute, guys. Just give me one moment, guys. All right. Yeah, so gold, I mean, gold's down a little bit, not a huge plummet or anything, but how about silver? Silver about the same. So, yeah, gold and silver, maybe they found a base now. Maybe, I don't know. It's a little bit below this area though for silver. I'm just looking at the stocks that have gapped down. I do see some silver and gold plays. Well, it depends on your style of trading. I don't know if there's such a thing as the best stock today. I mean, these are the ones that are up the most. Doesn't mean they're going to continue. Trying to answer NC in our main room. Yeah, YYAI is getting hit a little bit here. So there's the BKYI, but that had a pretty big. So it's still okay. Actually, it's still holding over two. So this is an expansion into Scandinavia. Okay. KDP is an earnings play and more news. I mean, it's a let's take a look here. I mean, the next high looking left is around 30.93. Call it 31. So, there is some room for KDP to keep moving. It's an earnings play. All right, guys. So after the market, big day in the market on Friday. So let's take a look at XLE. Just want to take a look at some of the ones that are near the 200-day moving average. So XLE maintaining over the 200-day, but still kind of close. XLE, energy sector ETF. Healthcare, I'm sure, is now, yeah, so it's starting to move, definitely moving away from that 200-day. Staples, XLP, still underneath. So it appears that this is the only one underneath the 200-day moving average as we speak. So this is the weakest sector. It's been recovering, but it is, if you look at the 200-day, it is the weakest one. Well, if you're new to trading and it's literally your first day, I would suggest I can give you a little course for you. There's no such thing as my telling you or anybody else telling you, well, this is what you should buy. Okay. So, but if you go to my homepage, and on my homepage, if you scroll down a little bit, education section right here, click on that education section area. And then right here, this is all free, back to basics. Okay. This will at least it's about 15 videos. This will get you started, to try to help you understand what you're looking at when you see a chart, things like that. Okay. All right, guys. Let's see. I'm actually NTLA. Any bounce yet? I mean, yes, there has been in fact, a huge bounce. I mean, from 950 up back up to 1381. Yeah, OGN. Your OGN, William, is now starting to bounce a bit here, getting over 7. So it's right at the VWAP right now as we speak. It's right at the VWAP. OGN. 738 is the VWAP, so say right at that VWAP area. Well, first of all, also, you're not in a trading view. I'm just looking now. This is not trading view, okay? In case you're, this is not trading view that you're in. This is a trade ideas trading room, okay? Just so you know, NC. All right, guys. So what time is it now? 9:21. A couple of minutes. I'll get my 9:30 layout up and running. So here's another one that's getting hit hard. This is on a financing though. GNTA getting hit on a financing news at 350. So it's a little bit above the financing price. So okay, okay, I just want to make sure you know you're in a trade ideas, not trading view. This is nothing to do with trading view. I don't know if that was just when you typed in trading view. I just want to make sure you know this is not a trading view room. Okay. Okay, guy. Well, that OGN, nice call. Well, sort of, William. You thought, as you said, because it was not an FDA shutdown. You know, the FDA did not come in and shut them down. The company sort of voluntarily turfed the CEO. All right, guys. What I'm going to do now is get my layout that I use once when 9:30 happens. My 9:30 layout. 9:30. Yeah, 9:30. Well, it depends what I mean, a solid performer. I mean, it had some I mean, they got rid of their CEO, so it had negative news. That's what drove it down. How much more it's going to recover, I mean, we don't know. So when you say solid performer, I mean, it has a ton of negative news. But, right now as we speak, it's undergoing a bit of a bounce. BKT, is that you, Cafe au lait? I can't remember. Bonjour. Anyway, I'll say bonjour to you too. I've got this compare count window going today, guys. That's what I thought. I've got this compare count window going today. I'm going to see. I had it up and running on a Friday afternoon. And give me one moment. All right. So these are the top six now. Okay, in terms of the pre-market actives up, these are the top six. The other screen you saw before, the other green screen you saw before, were the top 15. So these are the top six right now. Again, Soho is a buyout, so forget about that. This is probably some offshoot of it. Yeah. So we still have the BKYI at the top here, still holding on to two. Click CLIK, big fade though. I mean, that was Remember now, this got up to $18. So we're back down to 10. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yes, Roberto in our YouTube room. Well, all the Argentinian stocks are flying today. So BBVA is of course one of them, but there's so many of them. Of course, with the election. Oops. See if it's maintaining. Yeah. So this is the country ETF for Argentina, and above the 200-day moving average right now. If you've got this, if you're using mine, Edric, just right click, time frame. You see where it says set record count. This is for a top list for the tree map. Okay, but you go to time frame. So right click on it, time frame, set record count, and I've put 6 here. Okay. Okay. You don't have to. I mean, I just decided to do it, but you certainly don't have to. TGL guys, I didn't really talk about this one. This is this Treasure Global, just over $1. If there's any news on this one, now it says a $1.5 million service agreement and a $750,000 AI server purchase. Okay, well there's your news. There's your news. Well, again, it's looking bullish in the pre-market. Okay, and see whether it continues. I mean, it's up the most. Yeah, it's up 154%, but there's no guarantee it's going to continue. Okay, so again, if you're new to trading, I would take a look at that the basic outline. Okay, there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for this one. Anyway, BKYI. If I wanted to short it, none available. Yeah, the NTLA is definitely intriguing to me. See if it has now. There are a lot of shorts available for me. 1.4 million. Underneath the VWAP right now, bad news, severe adverse event in phase 3, in their phase 3 study. So bad news. All right, guys, we've got about 40 seconds to the 9:30 open. So let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. That's not a recommendation for you to do the same thing. All right, guys, we got about 5 seconds and these races will start. Entry. I just interested in seeing what we get through on this compare count window. So far, nothing's meeting the requirements. There we go. Well, there's NTLA meeting the requirement. And there's USAR, other one. Yeah. Well, these rare metals, rare earth metals, etc., have really taken a hit. I mean, look at this. I mean, this one got up to $44, cut in half now, more than cut in half in what 2 weeks, couple of week and a half or so, just cut in half. Data Vault, guys, as Data Vault continues to move here. Big day on Friday. Bit of a continuation now, but again, it's early. It is early. And that is the DVLT. Yeah. Rupal U. All right, let's take a look at the let's take a look at the market. Opening five. Well, it's not quite 5 minutes, obviously, but this is the opening bar. So the market spies up about 5.8. That's a big move. Dow's up 280, so there's no disconnect. Both value and growth stocks up as we speak. Another high flyer, guys. Poet is starting to drift down a bit. Next low looking left, 749. This Codex, I don't think it's over $1. I think my minimum here is 50 cents. I think. Yeah, NTLA is having a pretty decent bounce now, guys. Another one. Boy, I mean, obviously he's got a ton of room looking left, but that hammered down, still down 43%. KDP giving up its gains in the pre-market. Not all of them, but KDP still up 6.5%, but really, I mean, their high was $30. So they're starting to give it up. ETYX. So the next high looking left is 7. So if it takes out 7, 785 is the next high after that. So had a big day on Thursday last week. Big day. Hmm. All right. China EV play, guys. NIO. Next high looking left is 743. Too close. Too close for me. Okay, Argentinian stock, of course. Wow, up 50%. This could be the biggest one. What's the volume like? 3 million share. When I say the biggest one, I mean the biggest percentage mover. I don't have all the Argentinian stocks up and running, of course, but SUPV trying to take out 10. Yeah, it's Codex, guys. I mean, CODX continues to make new highs. Still under a dollar. I don't trade the ones under a dollar, but I certainly mind pointing them out. Ford. Let's take a look at Ford right here. Ford, F, Motor Company. Had earnings on Friday, or the result at least was on Friday. A big day on Friday. It's starting to pull back somewhat. So DYN saw this in the pre-market, suggesting they're benefiting from this buyout by Novartis on Soho. I think they're buying Soho. Novartis is buying Soho, and this is helping DYN. I'm sorry, it is not Soho. It is not Soho. It is Avidity RNA. So Novartis NVS buying RNA, suggesting this is helping DYN. Maybe because they must be maybe in the same area, and maybe DYN, maybe they could be the next. Now, so we had, instead of, remember now, this is the opening 5-minute bar. So it was all blue, 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 but it sold off. And now this next bar is, well, red, but it got all the way down there, trying to come back. So market is a little bit undecided. I mean, we're still at 5 points on the SPY. Undecided in that, are we just going to have a continuation, or are we going to sort of chop around for a while? NTLA, guys, NTLA looking good on this bounce. Looking really good on that bounce. Wow, I mean, from $9 to 16 now from this morning at the lows. Let's see how well it holds over 16, guys. Yes. Okay. Great bounce now for NTLA. I know you said you weren't sure where, William, but boy, a great bounce for NTLA. I'm really warming up to these these beaten down bios in the pre-market. It's almost my number one focus now. Well, this has got some room, guys. Is it Argentina? It's not Argentina. No, PPTA. Look at the room this has got. This PPTA. So when you look left, the next high is 25. So it's almost there. If it can get through 25, the next high is around 27.50. So there was certainly room for this one. It's not a high float, not low, 82 million. Let's see if there's any news on it. Atco. Well, I remember seeing it. For some reason, I thought Atco was a Canadian company, but I guess it is not. $130 million worker housing contract for Perpetua Resources Project. All those ATCO sheds and trailers, etc. KDP continues to drift down, guys. KDP continues to drift down. And it's it's below the VWAP. It was a great move below the VWAP around 29.77. So there's a dollar move from there. Qubit, QUBT, one of the quant plays. I mean, kind of beaten up, Had an okay day on Friday, but 1736 is the next high looking left. So there's room for QUBT. Well, if you've got our AI guys, you can see we've got a couple of Argentinian stocks. Look at this market. Remember the last time I looked, red, and then that was red all the way down, but it came all the way back up. So we're in a bit of a chop fest right now, a little bit of one. When I say the market, I look at the SPY. And there's that SUPV. The last time I looked, it was just over 10. It's just still over 10. SUPV over 10. Argentinian stock. Probably I don't know, maybe there's one higher in terms of a percentage gain. Maybe. But this is a 54% now. Interesting, guys. The Halts resumes is not active. Not very active, I should say. I mean, we've got a couple, well, only one. YYAI got halted. Normally by this time, this is full. A lot of stocks getting halted soon after the open. All right, guys. So UMAX got some room. Unusual Machines Inc. I love the name. UMAX got some room. The next high looking left is around almost 17. So let's see if it takes out 16 and starts to move. All right. So this resumed and then it got halted again. YYAI. All right. So there is some news on this one, some deal for $36 million payable in cash. So whatever deal this is, entering into okay. So actually got halted in at 3:30 this morning Eastern time for news. So they've entered into a definitive agreement, I guess, to be bought. Okay. Well, it's I can't read it all, but it's some kind of a merger deal or with YY with another Hong Kong company. or not another one, but a Hong Kong company. I mean, it says it's in the States, but, obviously heavily to do with, Hong Kong. Another Argentinian stock, boy, I forgot about this one, CRESY. Let's see how the country is still doing, okay, so if you're in any Argentinian stock right now, just be aware that the country ETF is starting to fade just a little, okay? Now, not a lot, but just a little bit. All right, guys. So the next high looking left for ASST, I mean, it's still hanging around the 150 mark, is 185. So still has a little bit of room on a percentage basis. Well, actually, a lot of room on a percentage basis. If I got anywhere close to 185. Looking at the SPY now, guys, still hanging around the VWAP. That purple line on the chart may be hard to see, but that is the VWAP. Still hanging around that area. I don't think I've seen this one before. DZZ. Oh, it's a double. Oh, I see. It's an ETF for gold. Okay. So if you think gold is going to move down, this is a double short. Not a lot of volume on it. There's wow, another real cheap one, guys. Under a dollar, STAI. Next high is 65 cents. If it takes that out, then you've got 91 cents. KDP is looking weaker now, guys. KDP. Tried to have a little pop, but it's still underneath that VWAP, and it looks like it continues to want to move down a bit. It's an earnings play, but it had other news. So you can see what's happening. You see some of these Argentinian stocks are doing exactly what the country ETF is doing. And there's PAM and the YPF. Okay, YPF actually giving up quite a bit now. All right, guys, GRND, below yesterday meaning Friday, below the low of Friday now, and starting to move down. GRND. I think some news about maybe somebody trying to buy them or merging with them or something like that. I think maybe on Friday. Definitely interested in a short of this one, guys. Below the low of Friday. A lot of room, obviously, underneath. Tons of shares of it. Well, about a million at Interactive Brokers. So I'm definitely interested in a short of that one. I'm talking about the GRND. And I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing, okay? Was it a buyout at 18? Yeah, I don't think the market believes it. Obviously, you don't believe it. Not yet, anyway. I remember the new. I do remember the news on Friday, but I don't think the market believes it now. Not yet. Yeah, I mean, it may be, but I don't think the market is completely on board with it. All right, guys, 9:52. So now American Airlines had a nice little run. So it is starting to fade now, guys. American Airlines had a nice 2-day run after earnings. Ooh, this one. Now, I saw this one in the pre-market, but it was very choppy. But look at it now. ONDS. What's the big float? 355 million in the float. Look at this area that if we can get through, because then the next high is 964. So we're at 817 right now. The high on Friday was 817. The high a few days before that was 819. And before that was 816. So you can kind of see, I'm going to put a price alert, maybe 823 or so. See if it gets up into that area. I think it's going to happen almost immediately because look at the room it's got. Um, Now it's definitive agreement to acquire controlling interest in 4M Defense. Okay. So they're not being bought. They are acquiring this company called 4M Defense. iRobot this is saw this one a little earlier also. iRobot continues to move down. Problem is there's the 200-day moving average. So that could act as support. So I'm not interested in a short on that one. All right. Have to look at it, guys. The only reason I see it is because it's thumbnailed on one of my other monitors. So there's Beyond Meat, BYND, obviously the high of 333 on Friday. Also, there's the 200 days. So, I mean, there is room. If you think that this could start to run again, it's right. It's just a nickel below Friday's close. See if the memers got a hold of it again today. So look at these, the two from the AI guys, Pam and YPF, a couple of Argentinian stocks. And, you have to follow, if you were going to take those, you really had to have the Argentinian, the country ETF up also, in my opinion, anyway. Because look what's happening. Okay. Look what's happening. So, there's a lot of profit taking, obviously. It's underneath the VWAP now. This is the country ETF. So, how's the SUPV doing? My guess is that it could even be under 10 now. Yeah, look at that. Doesn't mean, now the SUPV, it still looks, there's the VWAP for SUPV. Maybe that's going to hold it. Hertz, HTZZ, is now making a little bit of a move. All right, guys, it's 9:57. So what I'm going to do now is go over my homepage, including all the scans that I'm currently sharing. And we've got a promo on now. Imagine that. I've got to, just give me a moment. I have to alert the gentleman who looks after my homepage to make the change. Okay, guys, so I'll put my homepage link in here. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link now, don't use this code. You can get 25% off. Okay, you can use Barry25. It just hasn't been updated. My homepage has not been updated yet. So use Barry25. That'll get you 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of any subscription. Okay, well, the two. We have premium and standard. Okay, so you get 25% off the first month only of a standard or premium subscription, or the entire year, 25% off the entire year using my code. Okay, and again, it's Barry25. I just checked it. It is working. Okay. All I ask is that you use my code. It helps to keep the rooms free. Company tracks the use of the promo code. So if they see my code being used often enough, they'll keep both of these rooms free. And before I keep going, first of all, welcome to the rooms. We have I'm moderating a YouTube room and also what I call the main room. Both see my screen, both hear me. But if those of you who are on YouTube right now, if you want to get into what I call the main room, you can click on my homepage link, and here it is, the trading room. Why? It's just a lot more activity. There are a lot more traders in the room, a lot more interaction amongst traders. YouTube is more, I call that more casual. It's fine if you want to stay there, but it's just a little more casual. And if you keep scrolling down, you can sign up for the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week is Riot. Let me take a look at what Riot is doing. I know it triggered in the pre-market, but it sort of doesn't count. But you know, you can do anything you want. They're designed for longer term trades. The trigger was 21.88, so it's a little bit above the trigger price. Okay. Again, how you trade it, if you trade it, up to you. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Now, if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, education section. Okay. I'm going to go over this race in a little more detail. Okay. So before I do that, I just want to direct you to the user guide. Click on the user guide, and there's a whole section on stock racing right here. Okay. Don't expect anybody to completely remember everything I'm going to talk about in terms of the stock race, but here's your guide. Here's your reference right there. And don't worry, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, the first thing you must do is the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. Mandatory, that's the first thing you do. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about, is this a good fit for me? Well, you can start off with that second video and proceed to the end. Again, these are very short videos that should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us at least for a month. You know, and again, we've got the 25% off, so at least for a month, and it should give you an idea anyway. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, back to basics. 15 videos, it's all free. Not going to make you an expert in trading, but at least it'll give you an idea about, especially chart reading. Okay. And last, if you're looking for my scans or what I'm sharing, let me back up. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down in the middle section, here they are. So this is well, they're not all, technically not all scans. Like this is a race. It's not a scan exactly. Scan is a scanning. The way we describe it is real-time alerting. But this is why this compare count, I can give it to you if you want it. I haven't got it on my homepage. Basically, it takes two competing scans and runs them off against each other. I do have some other scans that I am sharing, though. I don't have them up and running. I have a momentum scan, a gap scan, and then the Pepe combo scan. Sorry. And then this is the biggest scanners from the start of the races here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. And over here, very, very inactive today. The halts resumes. Normally, this is jam full by now of stocks moving up too much or down too much in a short period of time, getting halted. So if you have any questions about the scans or anything else, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So you can ask questions all day long. Don't be shy and don't feel that you're interrupting me, okay? If I'm doing something I can't answer immediately, I'll let you know. If it's an accounting type question, I cannot help you on that, but I can direct you to the people who can. I'll give you an email address, okay? Well, this data vault is still very active, guys. DVLT up another 7.5% after a big day on Friday. A big day on Friday. I'm just looking at a few of these coming by in the ticker and the compare count window. See if there's any room for these things to keep moving. ZIM. Not really. I mean, look, you look left, and there could be some stalling right around, not that far away. So another China IV play, EV play, guys, not an IV. EV play, XPEV. We had Nile before. Let's take a look at the overall China market. I know, again, the on again, off again, on again, off again deal with China. So let's take a look at China. So yeah, China's up a couple of percent, 2% anyway. This China ETF. TGL, I don't see it. I know I saw it in the pre-market. Yeah, I didn't. I was sort of not liking it just because of I wasn't sure it could get through all this. So far, it cannot. This 116, that was the high. I was looking left. I saw okay, a little bit of potential blockage. Now, for some reason, I have got Verizon, and I put a price alert. I can't remember why now. Probably put it quite a while ago. Can't remember why. All right. Well, the market looks like we finally have a direction after the first 30 minutes of being chopping around up and down. The VWAP it was holding, and now we're moving. This is obviously an all-time high. Shouldn't say obviously, but I'm pretty sure it is. And the answer, sure. And with this guy, so gold is obviously failing a bit here because this is the two-time bear. So if you think gold is going to continue to move down, well, at least the gold miners. This is an ETF designed, of course, for that specific reason. So, but it's a two-timer, and that's Dust. Great name. Ooh, Kura. Take a look on a weekly chart now for this one's KURA. Can't see anything. Let's go to a monthly chart. So the next high on a monthly chart is 1164. So there is room on a monthly chart anyway for KURA. Citizens, the target market outperform at a target of 24. Doesn't mean it's getting there, guys. Okay, but it's obviously helping. But this had some news on Friday anyway, up 2.3% after the company received a $30 million milestone payment on their trial development. That was the news on Friday. All right, let me go over this race right here, okay? And why I think the concept of racing is is good, especially if you're new to trading. But even if you're not new to trading, ultimately there will be a top 10 list built for you automatically. Well, let's take a look at this race. Okay, this is an active, very active race. Notice you'll get some big percent. You can get some big percentage moves. Excuse me, in this race here. So what do these percents mean? So I'm running a 4-minute race. Now remember, in the guide, I wanted to direct you to TI Stock Racing, how you can create your own race, your own set of parameters. I'm running a 4-minute race. Of course, that is totally customizable. So what does that 3.3% mean? That means that since the race started about a minute and a half ago, this stock has moved the most. Okay, TGL has moved the most, 3.3%. But like any other race, doesn't mean that that's going to remain at the top. What happens is at the end of the race, there is a top 10 list built for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So there's not any stellar performer yet. DZZ has won 2. The rest of them have won 1. We'll have some days in which some stock had ran 10, 20, 30, 40 races, believe it or not. Maybe 40 is a little high, but certainly 10 races. I don't know. Z, I just picked 4 minutes a long time ago. No real reason. Okay, seriously. Maybe my favorite number 4, I don't know. But again, it's totally customizable. So at the end of the race, there'll be a winner declared. But as you can see, like any other race, there's a jockeying for position at the top, like any other race. So we have another minute and 22 seconds left in this race. So now, number 1, you don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on a symbol. If you see something leading a race and it's right at the top, click on it, see what's happening. Obviously, this RPPGL looks like this was an IPO back here. Not a very good one, got up to 522 and down to $1. So it's trying to come back a little bit. Maybe if it can take out 168, a couple of highs here, that's what I'll do. I'll put a price limit around that area and see, maybe not necessarily today, but maybe later on in the week, maybe it takes that out. You don't have to. Also, I wouldn't just only click on the one that's leading. Anything you see in this list, click on it, see what's happening. Okay. Something could be setting up for your style of trading. For instance, CRESY, Argentinian stock. What if it was coming down? I mean, it's below the VWAP, that purple line. But what if, in this list, what if it was just sort of sitting on it? Maybe it was coming into it. And the VWAP, if you're a VWAP player, maybe that would have acted as a support. Now, right now, maybe it could turn into a short right now, the fact that it's underneath the VWAP. But it is going to be very, very tied to Argentina. And so I would have RGT up and running at the same time, the country ETF, to see how it's doing. So you can see RPGL won the last race. So now it has won 2 races. Okay. So if you're looking at this for the first time, your question has to be, well, why are these stocks showing up in the first place? Why are these stocks here? Why are these stocks here? So if I right click the body of the race, notice I've got open top list as one of the options. I'm going to open the top list. All races start from a top list window. If I right click on this, notice it says launch real-time stock race. So again, why are these stocks showing up here though? So in this particular top list window is what I'm looking for. Right click on it and then click on configure. Remember, I'm just showing you the idea behind races. So in this particular top list window, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50. The volume has to be at least 200,000 shares and up at least 2% from yesterday, in this case, Friday's close. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements, it'll show up in this list of stocks. Okay. Now I've capped it to the top 50. You don't have to, but that's what I've done. I've capped it to just to the top 50. So before we had races or anything else, the way or well, also tree maps, the way a person would use a top list window is you could sort on any column header that you had. So right now I'm sorting on that C%, which means the change from the previous day's close. And so you can sort on it. So you can see right off the bat, DZZ is up 81% from Friday's close. TGL, 56%, etc., all the way down this list. So that was a classic use of our top list windows. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes. As long as you had a column header, one of the filters up here, you could double left click rapidly and sort on it. So what the race does, again, the race does not care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise. Now, you will see the same. You will see like DZ. Just because these are the stocks that are up the most from Friday's close, they're going to be more than likely active all day long. So that's why look at this, a 25% move now for DZZ. So just because it's up, well, 15 seconds ago was only up probably 80%. Now it's up 96%. So just because the stock is up a lot doesn't mean it can't keep moving higher. But a lot of you would rather see a stock. Well, I don't necessarily want to see a stock that's already made the big move. How about showing me a stock that is maybe just starting out? Well, and that's what the race does. Because again, the race does not care how much, if it's up the most from the previous day's close. All it cares about is in this list of stocks, what is moving the most percentage-wise. So there's nothing, Coot, this was a very active one a couple of weeks ago. Coot, it's only up 4.8%. But what if, for whatever reason, Coot all of a sudden started to move? It's up 5%, 6%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list. How would you know that? You wouldn't. What are you going to do? Try to stare at a list of stocks to see which one is moving? Well, that's what the race does for you. You don't have to. The race does that for you. It'll show you the stocks that are moving the most. So you could see some stock that's near the bottom here that is just starting to move. You see any stock in here, click on it. You never know. It could be starting to move. But also, though, notice again, right now there are 9 stocks. These are stocks that I'd be following all day long. Before I stop looking at this top list, though, hopefully it's making perfect sense to you now. You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. For instance, the fact that I want to see stocks between 1 and 50, you may not want that. Maybe you want to see stocks between 1 and 10 or 10 to 100 or whatever price range. Maybe you don't like that volume. Maybe there's something else. Maybe you want to add a filter in. You have some trading experience. You want to add a filter in that you're used to. Go ahead. You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and then run the race off it. Okay? The fact that this is what I want to see here doesn't have to be what you want to see. The other thing you can do is if you have, say, a basket of stocks that you want to follow either every day. I know there are people that say, you know what, I've got these 20 or 30 stocks that I like to follow every single day. Well, you can create what we call a symbol list or a watch list of those stocks and then attach it. Notice I have symbol lists and you only the following list. You create the list and then you check it. Okay. And so that means you can follow just those lists of stocks all day long. Now, it could be a different 20 or 30 every day. Maybe you do some evening work and you say, you know what, these are the ones I want to follow tomorrow. You can do that. You can launch a race just based on those stocks. Very flexible. So when you look at this race, this is the biggest gainers from the start of the race, but these are large cap stocks. Okay, large cap stocks. And typically, you will not see a stock in this list that will more than even be greater than 1% up in the race. I mean, you're going to see some big. You can see some big moves here. Look at the assist ASST, and I'm going to do my video again on this. I know I am. If you've been following my videos, guys, you know, for those of you with our I know I say it every single day. You have to have that reentry column. You have to have it, the reentry price column, because you had a reentry of ASST, it got stopped out, and then a reentry at 148. So if you want me to show you that, if you have our AI, just let me know. So why are these stocks? What makes these so different from this large cap? Well, I right click on this, open the top list. First of all, the first thing you're going to see, not as many stocks. That's the first thing you're going to see. And why is that? Now, that doesn't mean that this is the list for the entire day. There'll be stocks coming in and out of this list all day long. And why is that? Well, if I right click on it, I'm going to show you what I'm using in this. So in this particular case, I'm looking for stocks between 10 and 70, 200,000 shares minimum, 2% from yesterday's close. So I've added a market cap of at least $500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. So that's a big difference from this, which doesn't have any requirements. Okay. But also, this is really what prevents a lot of stocks from showing up. I want to see stocks near the high of the day. So this is the position in days range filter. So 95, if that were 100, that would mean a stock is basically right at the high of the day. So 95, it's a percentage, okay? So that means these stocks that I'm going to see in this list are going to be near the high of the day. That's what I want to see. Doesn't have to be what you want to see, okay? So that's why in this list of stocks, as stocks get closer to the high of the day, they'll show up here. And if they start getting, so they could be near in that 95%, but then they drop out. Maybe only at 93%. So they drop out. So they come in and out all day long. But same thing, a top 10 list is built for you. If I were new to trading, I would probably concentrate on this sort of a race, because even though this is a fabulous race in terms of percentage moves, but with big percentage moves, that's the volatility. You can get some really big down moves too in a heartbeat. So, I mean, while it's great to be on the right side of these, if you're new to trading, they can be a little more challenging. This one, I'm not saying there's no challenge here, but at least you typically do not get like wild swings. Okay, you still have to pay attention, but you don't get the wild swings. Look at this SRRK. I mean, how good would that be? At 3261 is the next high looking left. What broker are you talking about when you doesn't have that? Which one when you say doesn't have the that asset? You mean ASST? Literally? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, you could. I mean, I'm sure in Germany. I may be wrong. Okay, but I could have sworn that Interactive Brokers is available in Germany. I mean, it's available in so many countries around the world. I may be wrong. Is Interactive Brokers available in Germany?
Yes, Interactive Brokers (IBKR) is available in Germany and is considered.
Okay, I just asked Gemini, and certainly it is. Interactive brokers got bad recessions. What does that mean? The reason I didn't try it. What does that mean? Well, I mean, I'm sure people are tired of hearing me say that, but my saying that, but I mean, I've had Interactive Brokers for almost 10 years now. I think it's 10 years in January. If it's not 10, it's 9. Yeah, forget. You know what? The problem that people have with Interactive Brokers, in my opinion, is because yes, it can be. They talk about their customer support. Now, granted, I've had no issue. Okay, in the my first week 9 years ago, I had to call them on something, and I haven't had to call them since. So, but it's up to you. I'm not trying to. I'm not. I don't work for Interactive Brokers, but and they also the advantage that I mean, I don't know if eToro actually, if we can connect using our external linking tool. Well, listen, I mean, Interactive. I mean, if you're looking for a fancy looking program, it's yeah. I mean, is it the nicest looking program out there? No, but I don't care. All I care about is, you know, in the order entry, how easy is it for me to use in the order entry? Do I get fills that I think I should be? Does it ever freeze on me? Is it reliable? And again, I've had to call them once in 9 years. So I have found them to be extremely reliable, but it, but it's not the nicest looking program. But I don't care. I don't care if the thing looks if it's pretty. I just want it to work well. For me, it's been working. I would not think of switching. Yeah, I mean, I not that I use it 161, but yeah, I mean, Interactive Brokers have got if you're into just about anything, certainly you can trade options. I'm assuming you can do forex, but I mean, I'm obviously I just use stocks. I'm just trading stocks with it, but yeah. All right, guys, I am now. Oh man, lots of room, guys. 2150 or so for Pony. Over the whole number, also Pony Pony PONY. Oh, okay. 2152. Oh, man, this is a really interesting one, guys. Over that whole number of 20, big, sort of a psychological number, and lots of room. What about withdrawals? Well, you set up like I'm sure, like any other brokerage platform, you set it up so it connects to your bank. And if you want to withdraw, I've had no issues. No issues funding. Every now and then, when I want more money in or take some out, I've had no issues. I'm in Canada also, so I mean, it's not. I've had no issues either funding or withdrawing. Pony, 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 guys. Now, the other thing I should have prefaced before I talked about, well, really anything else. Welcome to the room if you're new. Room. Okay, I'm also moderating a YouTube room and the main room. So this is the format. The main room is open at around 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, and YouTube I try to open between 8:30 and 8:40 Eastern time, and then I get on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms. Okay. So why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. That would be 3:45 my time to open the room, but Obi opens the main room at around 6:45. So now I usually go sometime between 2 and 2:30. Today I definitely have to shut off at around 2:15, no later than. Have one of these appointments. So, but even on the days, again, I usually hang around between 2 and 2:30. Although we'll always say later if there are questions, but if the questions dry up, I take off. But William usually keeps the room open after I leave. After I leave, that's the main room. YouTube, I do have to shut down completely. And William lets us know. A lot of it depends on what sort of earnings plays there are. So on a big room, the main room will be open from 6:45 to 4 o'clock Eastern time. All right, guys, 10:33. So in about an hour and a half, I do take a break. Today is Monday, so it should be Chris Farley. Chris Farley will take over for me in our YouTube room. I will confirm that, but I'm pretty sure that'll be Chris. So let's take a look at gold. So gold obviously is fading a little bit if DZZ is going up. Yeah, a little bit. You can see this downward move in gold. Now this is the gold. This is not the gold miners, but other one that's moving up is Dust. Two-time gold miners also. So DZZ. So that trades 5.4 million, and DZZ, which I'm not too familiar with. I mean, it trades 1.2 million. So really, Dust is a little more active, and DZZ got halted. Wow, DZZ got halted. I don't see too often ETFs getting halted. All right, guys. Now let's take a hard look at this SUPV. Holding 10, Argentinian stock, still very active. But before we commit, let's take a look at the ARGT. So at least it's starting to, curl back a little bit. Okay. The fade may be over for the time being. Now the VWAP is right here this is the country ETF. Okay, guys. Last time I looked at KDP, it looked like it was getting ready for a potential short, but look at this now. Through the VWAP, KDP, and over the whole number. And of course, the A is up at 30, so there is room. Keep an eye on this SUPV, guys. I mean, the longer it holds 10, I mean, they've got the nice wave formation, okay? And the high today was 1047 or so. It's not a low. Well, I don't even know what the float is. Yeah, the DVLT. Still, look at that move from down here, 333 to 387. So for some reason, we don't have float information for SUPV. Oh, okay. No, we don't have any float information. It looks like it's a big float, though. So it's a pretty big float, it's over 100 million anyway, it looks like. So okay, guys, I'm just looking at a few of my stocks that I have, or my thumbnail charts, my other monitor. OGN is still looking kind of interesting for a potential comeback still. Got a high of 764, but you can see it's holding the VWAP and trying to curl up again. Um, Turning blue here. Anybody wants to know about the the trade waves, just ask. Boy, this data vault. We've seen action like this before. Just beautiful moves on the 2 minute. Where could this keep going to? Let's take a look at a weekly chart, see if there's anything on the weekly chart. Nothing on the weekly. Let's take a look at it on the monthly chart. Hmm. Oh, that's right. This is an all-time high. Now, I should know this. I cannot. No, there's no way this was an IPO back here. So it must be a symbol name change, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it looks like an all-time high, but there's no way. But what a run it's been on. Remember, a 39-cent stock back in, so about a little over a month ago, 39-cent stock. Yeah, I'm sure it was a symbol name change of some sort, and for whatever reason not being taken into account in our chart. All right, guys, I'm still very interested in the SUPV. It's holding nicely over 10. Just want to continue to keep watching this SUPV. It's holding that blue, the trend, still a strong trend. I see GSIT on the move here. I think Chady is in this one. And a little bit of room. Let's see now. Actually, okay, 1169 is the next high. So on a percentage basis, that's fine. So there's still room for this one to keep moving. And that's the GSIT. Give me one moment, guys. All right, guys. Well, the SUPV gave up 10, so not, and I'll bet you any money that the ARGT is now starting to fall again. Yeah. Okay, so very, very tied in. So did not trigger for me. SUPV did not trigger for me. Wanted to see it hold over in this. I was watching. Nice on the GSIT. Very, very nice. That high right there, is it really approaching at 1168? If it takes that out, then the next high over here is 12, a little over 12. This one, a big one from last week, I think. MAMK, yeah. Well, got up to 761. Look, it closed at 530. So, of course, it's above Friday's close. And it is trying to make another move here, guys. MAMK. Obviously, it's got room on the daily chart. Yeah, precious metals not the thing to be in today, guys. Silver or gold, not to be in today anyway. Maybe play for a bounce later, perhaps. But now BKKT, ooh, man, imagine if it took out this 27. Ah, so this resumed and just got catapulted down. DZZ. I got just got halted on the way down, guys. DZZ just got halted on the way down. So these China EV plays, XPEV, NIO, and more than likely, okay, RPGL. Now I had a price alert set. Ah, right. Okay. Well, keep an eye. I mean, look, if it holds this, I mean, the next high looking left is $4, a little over $4. So now it's volume came in. RPGL, the volume came in. Low float out of Singapore. So IPO a few weeks ago, maybe a week and a half ago. Yeah, I have no idea. The Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index is coming out at 11:30. I have no idea if that will have any effect short term. We have a bunch of auctions, but the Dallas Fed at night at 11:30 Eastern time. Lily, good morning, or depending where what time. Morning for me anyway. Morning probably for most of you if you're in the North America. Good morning. Welcome to the room. Boy, this one, got to be watching this one. I mean, it now pulled all the way back. It got stuck. It got stalled right at that high. So I'm going to reset my price alert back at 168 for this one. This RPGL, and see if it takes it out second time. So I mean, there's a high there and a high there, and now the high today. So kind of three highs in that area. Tough trader, guys. I mean, $5 stock, a 20-cent spread for MAMK. So tough trader, in my opinion. I think it was like that last week on Friday also. This is one I have thumbnailed, and I'm seeing that it is weaker. I think I traded this one on Friday, FLNC, and weakening. The low down here is 16.99. So certainly room, not quite $2. Just underneath the whole number of 19, fading down. I mean, these strange things is GOF, a Guggenheim Strategic Opportunities Fund Common Shares. The next low looking left is 1331, too close. Okay, I see SUPV is moving back up again. So tied to the country ETF, though. Yeah, look at this. So getting close. ARGT, the country ETF, Argentina country ETF, right at the VWAP again. I think we looked at Kura before, guys. So the next high is 1161 on a monthly chart, and that is for KURA. So they're on a monthly chart anyway. There is some room over $1. So Lily, when you said you're new here, are you actually new to Trade Ideas also, or and actually can you hear me? Or just new into the room? No, but somebody named Lily showed up. Okay, Lily showed up and said they were new. So I'm just wondering if never sure if people can actually hear me. If they have me on mute. And welcome, Tariq from Germany. Wow, Z Bio, guys, this is an all-time high for Zenus Biopharma. All-time high, 29 times relative volume. So this is an all-time high for ZBIO. And there's news today jumping on positive trial data for MS treatment. I don't know what this is. Phase two. Phase two. Now, is this correct? Yeah, this, my goodness, this had a spike up to $50 in the pre-market. Don't recall seeing it. The reason I didn't see it, more than likely, it didn't crack. Well, had I seen it right here, but that's at 4 o'clock my time, so I did not. Of course, I wasn't up, so it didn't make it into the top 16 or 15. But wow, hit $50 in the pre-market approximately. Well, it's at 90 cents now, isn't it, Codex? Well, let's see what be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. See if it has the follow through, the big follow through tomorrow. One of these stocks that start off, we see them. You know, you look back a week, 2 weeks later, and you say, "My goodness, that started at 32 cents and now it's at $4." I'm not saying Codex is going to be that one, but and when I say code, I'm talking CODX, not Kodak. Oh, you mean you were Lily? 161? You were Lily? And now you're 161? No, it's Steve. Okay. Okay. All right. Don't know. I don't know why either. I mean, you can go back in and change it, I guess, but I don't know why. Aha! Play's got some new, some room, guys. Play, Dave and Buster's. They had earnings. I think. I thought they had earnings recently, but it's got some room. Look at this: 19 something, 1920. Next high, looking left over the whole number. Boy, another lot of these. There are a lot of ETFs for shorting gold. Here's another one, guys. GLL, pretty good volume. Okay, guys. Sorry, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts again on my other monitor. See if there's anything interesting happening to me for me anyway. Boy, look at this silver PSLV, silver ETF. I mean, it looked like gold and silver just were not going to stop, and but finally they found a peak. Another gold, kind of a gold play, Hudson Bay Minerals. Not kind of. Well, it's a mining company. It's not so much gold, but I think maybe the miners are also not just the gold and silver plays. I think a lot of the miners are probably down today also. So here's HBM 1479 next low. All right, guys, I will check to see, make sure it is Steve, not Steve, but Chris going to be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Ooh, man, this one moved. MAMK. Or maybe not. Maybe it was over 6. I thought I was when I saw that it was over 5. So the spread is tightened up a little bit. 615, 629. Oh, that's right. These the manufactured customized consumer goods. Swag. Okay, so GSIT got right into that high, and that's kind of where it stalled for a while anyway. You can see where it got to, got 1163, and the high looking left is 1168. Doesn't mean it's completely over, of course, but okay. Now this is a very, very volatile one. There's a Defy DFDV, very volatile one. Remember trying to trade this one months ago. This got up to what, $54. Again, I can't remember if this is an IPO or a symbol name change, but I remember this one very well. Whoa, this one, guys, CCCX. So a lot of volume just came in. Some volume came in. Of course, it's got room. You look left, 24.20. So it's got a couple of dollars almost to that, the next high looking left. Let's see if I can just pull back a bit. And this is the CCCX. Well, look at that. Pulled back a lot. Look at that stupid spread. 22.11, 22.35. Makes it just so tough, in my opinion, anyway. We don't even have any float information. Oh, this is his blank check company. It's a SPAC. Okay, guys, I'm just let's take a look at IDYA. So just underneath the whole number, let's see what this one looks like. So we definitely still have that choppy action around the SPY, or around the SPY, around the VWAP guys, up and down, up and down. We looked like that was going to be the direction. Well, it was for a while. All right. Now, Data Vault, DVLT, could be interesting. It got into the VWAP. You can see that purple line into the VWAP. Let's see if that transitions from that orange to blue, and maybe that'll start another little run for DVLT. I'm going to stick a price alert around 369, number one, to see if it gets there. And let's see on a 1 minute chart if the transition already happened. Not yet, but you can see the curl. All right, kind of watching this silly one, this GOF. I mean, the room it's got 1265. When I say silly, I mean it's just a kind of a crazy. Not sure. I mean, I'm not sure what exactly they do. I mean, it's not a stock, obviously. It's a fund of some sort. Not really that tied into the market, guys, because this has been steadily declining since 10:05. And at 10:05, the market was doing this. No, this is 10:10. So I don't know. It's not really following the market. It's been down, 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 down. I keep watching this KDP. It's just hanging around that 29. What's my outlook on PPTA? I know it was early. Saw this one early. This is from our YouTube room. Well, trying to curl. I mean, it's still, yeah. I mean, at the beginning, I think this was a potential long at the beginning, but it just, I mean, this was the news rising with a $225 million investment from JP Morgan. Okay. I mean, obviously the news looks pretty good, but right now the market is selling off. I mean, gold. I mean, it's if it's a pure gold play. I mean, I'm just looking. Has a gold project, but gold right now is not great. I mean, it's been having a fade. That's I'm just talking to Nick in our YouTube room. So right now, I mean, gold is not the place to be today, anyway. But obviously, that's a massive amount of money that came in. Well, it certainly benefited it, but you're up against the metal itself right now. So I mean, I don't know if they have more than just a gold play, but you can just sort of see what's happened to gold. All right, SUPV back up into. I mean, it is trying to curl, but it's so tied into. It's not really trading on its own. There's no specific news for it, so it's really following. I mean, look at the Argentina Argentina ETF, the country ETF through the VWAP again. All right, guys, I think my homepage has been updated. This is the one I was wondering about a curl here, guys. The DVLT, there's trying to curl, still hanging over the VWAP. DVLT. We got a little blue here. This could have another run in it. DVLT. Well, it's already running. All right. Okay. So here's the promo code to use, right? Barry 25. That was changed. So Barry 25. I think it's good till the first week of November, something like that. So you've got some time. All right, guys. Yeah, the GSIT moving. It took out that, I think that 1170 was the next. Remember, got up to 1168 right there. I think that's what stalled it a bit. So now your next level is 1210. Okay, guys, I still haven't got word that it'll be Chris taking over for me. He might be in a meeting or something in about 40 minutes from now. Okay, guys, I've been having, well, I guess fun with his GOF. I decided to take some. It's been, I don't expect a big rocket ship on it. No, it just triggered for me. Okay, again. This is his Guggenheim Fund. Oh, good. I guess it depends. So the GSIT had that big run, and then it came right back down to 11, and then back up again. Still blue though. There's a little base right there. Blue as in the wave. Okay, guys, listen, I'll be right back. I have to take my dog out for about a couple of minutes. Okay, so I will be right back. Time is it right now? 11:23. So be back around 11:30. Okay, so I'm muting myself. All right, guys. Okay, guys, I'm back, but I may have to take off in another. Oh, KDP, guys. I keep watching her. I mean, I'm not jumping around here, but KDP, I keep looking at this one. It's still hanging around the 29 mark. I mean, it's an earnings play, and it's more than an earnings play because there is some more. There's news about this breakup, splitting the coffee and the soft drink divisions. And that's not new news, that's old news, but kinda rehashed again today. Look at glue here, guys. I mean, this has been, on a nice roll for the 3rd day now. Low was, 950 or so a couple of days ago, over the whole number, and let's take a look at where glue could go. Well, 1241, that's about 30 cents away. That is the next high looking left. Probably and it's not a big float, but it's not low, 61 million in the float. FDMT over the whole number also. I'm seeing it in compare count and also in the too bad. It's run too much, a little bit too much. But look at this monthly chart, 1770. Let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. Yeah, so it's got a ton of room, FDMT. Okay, guys, give me a moment again. Time is it now? 11:32. So give me a Okay, guys, I'm back. I'll be back for another 20 minutes or so. I think Chris will take over for me. But all right, Goff, GOF. How to add two price column price range 5 to 3. I'm talking to Sudipta in our YouTube room and trading above the previous day's high. Okay, pretty simple. Can you hear me? Sudipta, can you hear me? I'm going to show you what you can do. Okay. So you're looking for a price range, right? A price range of range to 500 to 300. Okay. So now I hope you've got, okay. So if you right click on your alert window that you're, uh, well, it depends if you're trying to do a top list window or an alert window, but if you right click, configure, and just search and type in price. Well, when you say another price, what do you mean by that? Another price? What do you mean by that? You want to add another price? You mean a price alert? You know, if it hits a certain price? Okay, well, that's simple. Okay, so we have a lot of position in ranges. So if you start typing in POS, okay, in the search, okay, and you can see we've got one that's called position in previous day's range. Whoops. Position in previous day's range. Can you see what I'm pointing at? So you would add that filter, and you would put 100. And that would mean it has to, well, 100.001 or something, but that means it'll have to be above the high of the day before. Okay, so it's the position in previous day's range. You put 100. That'll mean be right at. It has to be at least at the high of yesterday. Yesterday meaning Friday in this case. You just have to use our search. We have a lot of position ranges. So let me know if that worked for you. Okay, great. Well, now you're set. Now you can add in all sorts of other filters, of course, because otherwise you'll get inundated either in a top list window or your alert window. You want to add some more filters in probably. Well, that'll get you going though. Fabulous on the GSIT guys. I mean, it's still got obviously a ton of room. I mean, last week when it got up to 1817, closed down here at 9. So in that case, you'd put in the max box. In the max box, you'd put 0. Okay. So in the min box, you'd put in that case, you'd put 0. Question is below yesterday's range. Oops. Okay. You just put 0 in the max box, and it'll have to be at least at the low. You want to put a little negative number in. Okay. You can do that, but so you could put like minus 0.001 or something. Oh, no. I knew I should have taken a bit of this. I knew it. The MAMK, because that, funny because the spread right here was tightening up just a little bit. Well, let's see where it could open. Okay. And now this blue screen window that I'm displaying, I know it displayed a little bit today, but so this is showing you the symbol and this is the halt price. Hard to believe it'll open at 11. I mean, anything is possible, but ah, just got a little distracted right around here. I thought, you know what? Take the darn thing. Don't have to take a lot, you don't, it's just a matter of positioning yourself so that if it does move down, you can get out without a big loss. So this is just going to explode here. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Talking about the MAMK, not shortable for me. Well, there's your dollar. There's your dollar, Obi, on the CODX. Well, have you done the short? A lot of this is in the guide, but I'm talking to Sudipta. So relative volume is a ratio, not a percent. But so the same thing. Just start typing these things in. Okay. So if you go to the search and if you type in relative, you'll see relative volume. Okay. A lot of these things you can just do a search yourself. Okay. So there's the relative volume, but it's a ratio. So if you want to be greater than 100%, obviously you put minimum of 1 or whatever that number is that you want it to be greater than. Okay. So if you want like 1.1 or something, remember, but it's a ratio, not a percent. Okay. So a lot of the things you might want to do is just in the window you're working in. I'm talking to Sudipta in our YouTube room. Right click, configure, and then search, and then you'll see what we have for it. Okay. You can type in search and then just start typing. Yeah, it's a ratio of 1 or 100%. Yes, it's a ratio of 1, which is 100%. MPLT is open. Okay. Wow. No kidding. This is a more expensive one. Open at 19. IPO was priced at 17. Okay. So far, enthusiasm. So far, enthusiasm meaning at least it's over the IPO price of 17. Must be a US stock. Yeah, rarely do we see more expensive stocks out of China or Singapore that are IPOs. They're usually all around the 4 to 5 level. So, well, let's see. What did it get up to? Got up to 2087. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a price alert there. and see if later on in the day it takes it out. Interesting. We actually have information on this, if this is correct. So it's a bio, obviously. Nothing really shaken from our AI today, guys. I'm always amazed. There are shorts available for me in this GSIT. I shouldn't be always amazed, but there are a lot of short shares available. 330,000, and the free rate is nothing, next to nothing. So interesting. I would have thought it'd be pretty expensive, but it is not. Not that I want to short it right now. It's just a matter of seeing how much further. I mean, it's hard to know because that next high is 1820. But on a daily chart, we must be able to see something. Yeah. So on the daily chart, 1367 is the next high. No, Obi, no. It just I may look at it now. I like to see a clear dollar in a little bit bigger way, but like maybe I'll take it now. Put a dollar stop on it. And let's see where it could go on a weekly chart. I think it was fairly next high on a monthly chart is a dollar 24. So there's a little bit of room. Yeah, dollar 24 on the monthly chart. And it had room. I'm sorry. It did have some news. Definitive agreement. I think it's Scandinavia. Oh no, sorry. Arabian Eagle and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. All right, so that was the news. There was another one that did some kind of a deal in Scandinavia. I can't remember which one that was, but Goff, GOF. I just because of the name and kind of I took this one, guys, on a short. This was showing up here and this compare count. Not a rocket ship like certainly a GSIT or a MAMK, but see if I can actually crack 13. All right, guys, 11:52. So still have word that it'll be Chris. Yes, it is. Okay, so Chris will be taking over for me in about 8 minutes in our YouTube room. Okay, and of course, before I leave, I'll put the YouTube link in. Those of you on YouTube, just stay there, of course. So, Libby, where's it going? Where's Codex going? I love when people ask me that. Well, I'll be taking my break soon, but I'll be sort of near my computer, so I can keep an eye on it. What did I say? $1.20, right? Dollar 24. $1.24 is the next high looking left. If it somehow gets through that, $1.38. I must have been looking at this many, many years ago because I've got all these orange lines here, which means for some reason, well, let me get into the. All right, I just took some off at 122. Okay. Okay, so Deepta, when I take off, Chris will be there. I don't think we've got the 21 SMA, okay? Nor the 34, nor the 55. Okay. You have to work with what we've got, and that would require what's called a custom formula. Okay. But Chris will be taking over for me in about 5 minutes. He'll at least point you in the direction, but we do not have the 21 SMA. We do not have the 34 SMA. We do not have the 55 SMA. This is what we do have. Well, he'll show you. He'll show you. I think we've got the 8, probably the 10, the 20, the 50, and the 200. Something like that, okay? But he'll tell you. And it would require a custom formula. Simple enough to do, though, as long as you don't mind. Well, you have to use the data points that we've got. So just hang around. Yeah. So hang around for another 2 or 3 minutes, and Chris will show you how. Okay. All right, guys. 11:56. So now I will get rid of that and just put my announcement in. Okay. Of course, I'm hanging around until Chris gets here or gets into the YouTube room. So for those of you in the main room, this is the link to get into YouTube. You want to listen to Chris for his hour. All right. No, it was a nice. I didn't do it, but a nice short on the GSIT from that high around 13. Got all the way back down to 1227. Yeah, I bailed everything, guys, on the code, mainly because I'm going to be on my break. So even though yes, I'm going to be around my computer, but I will be watching it again in case it gets back into the 120s. Cheapest stock I've taken in a long time. Okay, guys. So there. Okay, so on the 2 minute, it's blue. Okay, the trade wave is blue, so it's still it's still relatively strong, flattening out. So this will be very key right around here to see if it can curl back. GSIT, or does this 2 minute blue wave turn orange? Michelle, a good afternoon. You're just in time for Christopher Varley. He'll be there in I don't know, 30 seconds or so. I think it'll be interesting to see what CODX does tomorrow. Anyone having an issue logging into, well, I certainly didn't, Michelle, into my IB account, Interactive Brokers account. I did not have an issue. Connected like normal, every day, like normal. Now, are you talking about using Brokers Plus, or just literally talking about logging into your IB account? Chris must be in a meeting of some sort. Well, to see if it has the big, sort of a second day follow through, Steve, just to see. All right, Chris, I think Chris is there. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. Yeah, just to see if it has a second day follow through. Like some of these, I've started from 30 cents and you see them, a week and a half, 2 weeks later, and they're at 3. I'm not saying this is going to happen with Codex, but just out of interest, okay? Okay, guys, muting myself now in the main room. All right, Mr. Varley, I'm assuming I hear you pounding away in your keyboard. So.
always pounding
Always,
on it.
always. All right. So Michelle's asking now. So I've had no problem logging into my IB account today. So you're not talking about logging in through B plus. You're just talking about logging in to your Interactive Brokers account. I've had no issue whatsoever, Michelle.
Yeah, I was logged in through IB Gateway a few minutes ago, and that was fine. And I've been on the mobile app, so
very, very good platform for me for 9 years now. Man, very, very stable. Anyway, I will take off now. I've got a couple of things I've got to do, so I'll take off now, Chris. And
you got it. Get to it
in about an hour.
Sounds good.
Okay.
We'll see you in a little bit. Take care, Barry.
Okay.
All right, everybody, settling in. Make sure I've got the screen looks good. All right, I think we're rocking and rolling here. Perfect. All right, so, and a good day to you, my friend. So, as per usual, folks, open forum here. Happy Monday to you and all those things. So don't be shy. Get those questions in for me if you have them. I'm going to shut down. Hold on. Why is Camo starting up? That's interesting. Sorry, I'm trying to close some things here as my computer doesn't really much care for running a lot of software these days. I'm going to add 8 SMA trading above, 20 SMA trading above 30, trading SMA for multiple time frame. So I'll have to start with some bad news. We don't have the 30 SMA. Bear with me and let me see what we got and what we can do. Just bear with me 1 second here. All right, so let's break out, for the purpose of this, topless window here. You know what? Actually, I don't know that we can do this a conventional way here. So you can find SMA filters that we have in here. And so this is what we're going to have on the different time frames and which ones we have. There's no way to change any of this around. This data is hard coded like this. So we have an 8 period here on a 60 minute, 15, 5, and 2. What else did he say? Yep, 20. So we got the 20 period here on these. Sorry, we also have it, daily 8 as well if you wanted. We got the daily 20, daily 50, daily 200, and the ones that you see here. Now, I don't know if you are familiar with Formula Editor or not. It's a rabbit hole I always kind of hesitate to go down, but we can go down it. But you have to, again, work with what's in there. So you are familiar with it. Bear with me. I'm going to open up because I like to use it from the site. Let's see here. All right. So if we go to the overview page here, and I'll go ahead and share a link to this as well. So if you look on that page there, which is the one I'm on now, and we scroll on down, you're going to find these SMAs in here. And you have these SMAs here, and that's it for the actual SMA. So these filters are distance from or change from, if you will. So, the prices, we're up above the, if I were to add a filter like this, for example, I could say that we're, 2% above that. But if I added a different SMA filter, let's say I had the 10 and I had this filter and I put, 2% above that, that doesn't necessarily mean these are above each other or below each other. It just means price is the distance from these independently. So what you could do is you could take, any of the SMAs that are in here and use greater than or equal to formulas with them. And that would really be all you could do as far as that goes. That would, that would be one way to, the two different ways to look at it in that regard. I'm trying to think in the configure. And again, anybody else with stuff, with questions, don't be shy, get those in and we'll get through everything. Well, you'd have to come into the formula editor then, and you'd, create formula, and you would take the SMA code that you wanted to use, right? So if you wanted to see, for example, the 2 SMA on a 5-minute time frame, that's 5 SMA on a 2-minute time frame, right? Yeah. So it's the 5 on a 2-minute time frame. You take that code, copy it, and you put that here, and then greater than, and then if you wanted to say it was above the 5.5, copy that, put it here, and then you could, again, if you wanted more, this is then greater than, whatever the next one you wanted it to be. In this example, I'm just going to use the 15.5. And like that, and then you'd have it and you'd label it and all those things like that. I mean, if you're just looking for the 8 SMA on a 5, then you could just use that right here. You got 8 SMA on a 5, and you could just add that filter. And you could simply say we're above it. We're above it 0.5%, for example. Yeah, so this is the page I like to build from. That's my preferred method of doing the formula editor. So I just shared a link to that there. And then you'll find, in the overview, the SMAs. And like I said, those SMAs are like the actual SMA, not a distance from the SMA. This is just saying, these codes down here are just saying these SMAs, and then it gives you, how it works here. So you've got the 5, 8, 20, 200, and you got it on 2, 5, 15, and 16-minute periods. And so that's how that would go. Now you have over here, other filter codes here, but that's just the regular filters. Inside the overview is data points that are in the system, but they're not filters necessarily built out of them. Perfect. If you need, if you have questions on it, we can circle back to it too. Don't be afraid to ask the questions if you have any on that. Like I could share this too here if you wanted something like, you wanted that. But if you want to, kind of peruse through and pick specifically what you wanted out of those, that'll be ideal for you to get. It's close to what you want to build anyways, as we can do. I'll keep this minimized. This way, if I can pop it back open real quick if you have questions on it. And then, sorry, Stanley, I don't understand how relative volume is defined for the filter. Does it not match my other charting class? No, we have our own relative volume. We don't, there's not I don't know what other people are doing, but I don't imagine that every platform is going to match with every platform. But our relative volume is essentially choosing 30-day data, turning it into a ratio, and it actually weights the data at the open and the close a little more than the rest of the day. But we keep the formula, the specific formulas underneath it under lock and key. So, all right, making sure I didn't miss anything else here. Strategies saved as profiles. They don't add into the strategy tab that comes from the default Money Machine. Sorry, let me make sure I'm looking at the right thing here. Sorry. Bear with me. Trying to navigate my Brokerage Plus window. All right, so Money Machine settings. So like the profiles have some strategies in them. I mean, you can add a strategy to, I believe you can add strategies to a profile. I don't really have, and then I think some of them will have just the default, the original is just kind of sitting in there also. If that's what you're looking for, Aussie. But yeah, like this evening scan here profile, if I move to a different profile, evening scan isn't in there. Just the items that are built into that profile already. I would guess it would be the staying alive. It would have to do with whatever was relevant at that time that it was written. I'd imagine that relative volume filter is 20 years old, give or take. I'm just guessing. I can say that it was already in existence when I became a Trade Idea subscriber in early 2017. And, given that there are, a few thousand users before that, before me even, they're not just going to go out and change data points for any reason when you have, tons of users that are relying on the data point that you originally created. I mean, I'd also be comfortable. This I would be comfortable saying is that our relative volume filter existed long before any other relative volume filter for the public existed. You know, anything that was scanning wise before Trade Ideas, you know, it wasn't for the general trader. I mean, even when Trade Ideas was early and in its infancy, you know, getting in, you know, there was no, you know, online brokering was in its infancy. Regular people did not trade stocks at that point. You know, I can say that most of the things in the software here long before I got here. So as to, you know, what the thought process behind the management and development teams exactly were at that point, I don't have an insight to much of that, unfortunately. So, sorry, scrolling back up to see if I missed anything else. And don't be shy, folks. Keep the questions coming. I think I'm caught up. Hopefully I'm caught up. Sorry, I want to. Well, that's unfortunate. Money Machine was. So I've run it today. And some mixed results in it today so far. It kind of stinks. I never get to just run it. This is as close to running as I could, but I've had to shut it on and off several times and then close out positions that I didn't actually want to close out. These ones here I didn't want to close out. Anyways, it is what it is. Get that out of the way. It should. Stop price 62. Huh. Okay, yeah. So my trailing stop is in there for that. Let's take a look across the board. It should show all of them. There's a trailing stop for that. And ZIM. Yeah, and it's down here too. If you've got positions in the Money Machine, if you want to send them as separate screenshots, because if you try to take like a screenshot that's a whole screen, it's going to come in small and I can't read it very well. But if you can get, that's not what I wanted to do. If you can get a screenshot of this window here, the Brokerage Plus window, especially what I want to see is the stop price here, your positions, and then a screenshot of the charts separate without the that there. Do you see a stop price here in Brokerage Plus? So how to add current price greater than previous days. You could use the position in previous days range for that. So if we come to an alert window here, let's go to search. Make sure this is right. And that's not the day before yesterday. Sometimes I get those ones confused. Yeah. So you could use this. And if you add this filter and you put a 100 here, that means that you'd have to be, the price is at the high of the prior day or greater than the high of the prior day. If you use that filter like that, that would do that for you. And then of course you just use the price filter up here, use a price filter for your price range. That's how I would do that. I do not think you can add 2 price filters, but hold on, let's mess around with this real quick. So $1 to $5. Search. Price and filter. No, one price filter. So you can only do one price range. You'd have to do a second scan with the second price range if you wanted. That would be the option. Brett, you do scalping now to find stock and how to take decision for scalping and exit target hold 2-3 minutes. I don't scalp. Even when I was a day trader, I never scalped. So I can't really, I'm not going to trade. I'm not going to trade live on screen, number one. And B, I'm not going to trade in a way that I just don't trade. You're looking for scans that are more inducive to scalping. We could discuss, popular alerts and filters and, things like that. We could walk over some thoughts and ideas, capturing faster moving stocks. I'm guessing that's what you'd want to be looking at if you're looking to scalp. But as far as the trading part itself, that, we're software. We're not advisors. We don't teach to trade in that regard. We talk some charts and things like that, of course. I can mess around with the paper trader, of course. I'm already connected to the paper trader. Duh. We could build something out real fast. I don't know it's going to give me anything great, but for example, we could build something out real quick. Stocks making new highs on the day. Let's add that. Let's get some volume kicking here. Shares today, let's say we're, trade at least 2 million on the day. Relative volume, let's, get it kicking above 5. Price range, let's at least get $1. And these stocks in the last minute, they're up at least, I don't know, 0.5%. What else could we do? Change from the open, change from the close. And you see stocks that are up at least 3% from the prior day's close. So let's see what starts alerting through this thing here. It doesn't help that my software will be slower than death right now while I stream. They're never going to help my cause. I got the stock here, ZYME. I could set a buy to buy. Interesting. It defaulted to 69 shares. It's very interesting. So, I've got that there. And if I want to just scalp a few cents, I could set a target for, let's say, I don't know what you're considering a scalp, but 1845. I could set a target for 1845 right now. If it comes up, it gets that and get me out for, whatever it is. So, these are things that you could do. You could connect to your broker and do that as well. Through the chart, like I just did right there, through the Brokerage Plus interface here. So that's all set there, within the paper trader. What happened to that alert window? CODX comes through. We do the same thing again. I'm running real slow because of me streaming. Generally, when I don't stream, everything is fairly hunky-dory. Same thing. I could go and buy this here. So you can see I got the position here. And again, I could, quick add a target here. I could say, sell it at $1.25. Doesn't mean that it's going to get to that price, right? So I have to decide, if I want to stop as well and how I'm going to protect myself to the downside if the scalp doesn't go the way I want it to. So, give you a few examples of, what could be done with the software. And for anybody else out there, don't be shy. If you folks have more questions. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. And then Sudipta, if that position and range filter, if you didn't want to use that for some reason, in theory, you could use the formula editor again. So let's come up with that formula for you. So it would be price is greater than, where's the code for yesterday? High previous. No, that's pre-market. High P. So this would, that would work for that as well. If you wanted to go the custom route instead for whatever reason, And that should work as well. And again, don't be shy, everybody. Awfully quiet on this Monday. Justin, how's it going? Scam, Chris. So it must be something to do with the API. How could I have a top like that? Can you, I'm not sure what you mean by how could you have the top like that just across, sorry. Yeah, sorry, yes, Cam, I'm just missing, top list. Yeah, I'm not following what you want to do with the top list, though. Oh, you want your to buy an SMA cross. So if you're talking money machine, what you could do is you could create, this is what I would do if I was looking to make some kind of cross that went into the money machine. This is how I would do it. So I'd come to search and, let's go to SMAs. I always like to expand this when we're working like this. So let's just say I was looking for the 5-5 crossing the 8-5, for example. So I'd take this, I'd add this filter here, and I would bracket this in. Generally, I've always gone with minus 0.25 and 0.25. You could tighten it up, though, actually, and you go like 0.15 instead. So you're looking at it's either just below, just above, or right at that SMA. And then the same thing on, let's just use the 8-5 to keep things consistent here on the two of these. And then the same thing here, I would go, minus we'll do 0.15 in this example. Minus 0.15 and 0.15. Let me get rid of all these other ones. And then essentially any stock that is coming through this has to be bracketed around the price like that close. It's either it's about to crossing, or just crossed. And then obviously you're gonna want to set your price range, so $5 floor, and maybe it's traded 750,000 shares on the day, for example. And so this is what we would have, and all these stocks in this case would meet this example here. And then as far as loading it into the money machine, you would take right click, let's get the collab code and copy the money machine settings. And for this purpose here, I'd just go into the money machine testing and I would paste collaboration. It's called default or whatever. So I'd save the profile like this that's updated with that. Oops, but I forgot all the other stuff here. From there, what do you want to sort on? How do you want to decide what to buy? Do you want to buy the stocks on that list that are, the most relative volume, or, up the most over the last 2 minutes, or, something in that regard? Whatever filter you decide that you wanted to buy it on, like that. So I'm going to stop. Sorry, bear with me for a second. So I'm going to stop because I'm running the money machine over here. So I'm going to stop this here, and we'll mess around with it over here. And I guess we'll just use the TI paper trading for this one. Let me get rid of these positions. Hide 0. There we go. Just make sure I don't have anything. So it's on the TradeWave settings right now. Yeah, I guess I'll leave that with the TradeWave settings. What the heck? And I'm going to put it on the relative volume. Let's just start the money machine and see what happens with this thing. Let's get rid of that. And some other things you might consider on this, because I didn't define on the top list, if the stock was up or down on the date. Did I close that top list? I must have. Whatever. Yeah, I must have closed that top list. So I didn't define if the stock was up or down on the day, just if that it was, near that cross. And so I may not want to be in something that's down on the day, even if the cross is happening. So I could always, up from the prior close or up from the open, whatever I wanted to do in that regard. So let me know if that helps. That makes sense. That's how I would go about a cross alert, whether it was the money machine or not. So that's what I got. Curious what these stocks look like. I'm going to need to get myself a new computer in the not too distant future, I guess. Although I don't understand. It's actually a very okay computer. Interesting look on that stock. And so for one for all, don't be shy. Keep the questions coming. Whoa, it's 12:37 already? Holy cow, I thought it feels like we started like 5 minutes ago. Yeah, so if you want to remove anything from a scan or from, yeah, if you want to remove anything, so let's open the top list here. And so you'd go ahead and to the window specific filters, just erase the values. And then you could press the hide unused and that would get rid of it. The only thing is, you don't have to press the hide unused even, but you can just erase the values and you press OK. If it's displayed as a column, you need to remove it as a column if you don't want to see the column as well anymore. So, the selected columns, you'd come to the selected side and then move it from right back to from left back to the right. And, again, press OK, and that would get rid of the column for you. So that's how you would do that if you wanted to get rid of any filter. Where did the resistance and support lines go? I don't know. In full confession, the only time I ever have the browser charts up is when I stream, as I'm mandated to do so. I would never use that stuff. So if they're not there, I could do some testing to see what's going on. I don't even know how they actually appear. They just seem to randomly appear whenever I was streaming with you folks. But if they're gone, I can certainly inquire. Is there any? I don't know, is there a toggle for it? Display chart percentage by cell flags, padding. Count settings. Yeah, I got nothing. Since they come through the browser charts, a good chance that it's something server side. Yeah, I mean, I can inquire with the dev team. I'll put a ticket in to see if they say anything about it, or they can take a look. And David, the TradeWave is an indicator. It's a EMA crossover with a cloud on it, built onto it. Holly alerts stocks based on meeting specific scans. One has nothing to do with the other. So, for whatever reason, Holly's alerting something to be a short. Doesn't have anything to do with, first off, it could never have anything to do with EMAs because Holly has no EMA data. So what the TradeWave does is just, it's indicating a change in trend. And then unless that change in the trend is changed again, based on that EMA crossover, it remains in that trend and it remains the buy or the sell, whatever it was last on the cross, David. So, that's how that works. Don't be shy, folks. Got a little bit of time here before Barry comes back, so we'll keep pumping the questions to me. I don't have an opinion whether you should just stay with Holly or not, David. If you're a beginner, what I would suggest first and foremost is anything you do, do it in our paper trader for a while, right? If you trade some Holly alerts, based on the direction of the Holly alert in the paper trader, and see how you feel about it. And then if you have a time frame that you particularly like with the trade wave, maybe make some trades based on that. The one thing you can't do is you can't go long and short a stock, and at least not in the same account. You got to pick long or short. And the reason I say I don't have an opinion on it is just because, that becomes subjective. So, for example, what do I mean by that? What I mean is I'm not a day trader. I'm a swing trader. So, I wouldn't, I wouldn't be using Holly alerts to day trade, but I wouldn't be using any alerts to day trade because it's just who I am as a trader. So, you look at my charts, I got a daily chart and a 60-minute chart up here. I have the 5-minute chart just to display another chart. But if I was just, scanning on my own and doing my own thing, I would probably have just 2 charts, a daily chart and a 60-minute chart. I wouldn't even have a 5-minute chart. So, what I can tell you is as far as the longer term stuff goes for me, I don't mind the trade wave. Like I think it's a nice indicator. I wish that it existed when I was learning to trade, quite personally. But also it wouldn't have hurt to have some of the knowledge that I have now as well with that. And what I mean by that is what I discovered over time, and I think a lot of traders discover over time, especially swing traders, is that essentially you're trying to find stocks trending, in not trending like social media or people talking about them, but they're trending in a direction. So for example, SPY is a great, shot of this. We've got this downtrend going on here, and the trade wave indicates we got a change in trend. Now it happens to work out that this change in trend worked all that time till it changed the trend up here again, and then it changed it real fast again. So it's a couple of things to take the example of here. It worked out nice that these 2 changes in trend, worked out well. Actually, I think there was another sell flag. Bear with me real quick on something. It would be better if this works out the example that I want to show, actually. There we go. Okay. So we got this, look, you get a buy indicator here, you get a sell indicator here. So you're getting chopped up, in this sell, and we get a buy. And we stay in a nice trend till we get this sell, and then it gets a buy back immediately. So, the idea behind this is to say, hey, change in trend happened here. Am I interested? Do I think that change in trend can continue? And we got to kind of make a decision as traders based on that. And then once we decide, yeah, we think so, it kind of helps us maybe stay in the trade a little longer than we maybe would. You get a sell and a buy right away again here. So it's like, yeah, we took good profit here, but if we didn't take it here, hindsight's 20/20 on this, we could have held on all the way through here. And as a matter of fact, while we had a pullback here, if we stayed in the trade, we would have still made it, right? So it wasn't a wrong answer. It wasn't wrong to sell here. You made money, right? It wasn't necessarily wrong to sell here. You made money from here to here. But the idea is to try to help you see those changes in trend and kind of stick them out a little longer. One was a paper trade to the other IB. Yeah, Justin, if you can send, everything, and if you can make them individual screenshots, it just so it's not like you're not taking the whole screen like this, because those shots come to me and like everything is so tiny in the details, it's hard for me to read. So if you can, get a screenshot of the orders tab here, Maybe get a screenshot of if it's a trade ticket you're using. I don't know if there's anything else for me to have a screenshot of outside of if you want to send the chart. And then I guess the files as well. And then, as far as the channels go, those are, they're going to be more tailored to the time frame. But in theory, any scan could work on any time frame. And the example I like to give is this. I've given it a million times, but it's always good to refresh people. And for anybody that's never heard it before, this scan here, my evening scan, is something I use for finding swing trades. I've used it for a couple of years. It does all right by me. It's not buying a Ferrari anytime soon based on it, but able to do better than do worse with it. And a prop trader that I know that was a day trader wanted to move more into swing trading and said, hey, do you have any scans you could share? And I shared this with him. I explained what I was doing with it. He said, yeah, thanks. And then a couple of weeks later, I heard back from him. He said, yeah, I'm not really using it as a swing scan. It's kind of worked as a nice day trading scan for me. I can't argue with him. I create it for swing trading. I use it for swing trading. He likes it as a day trade scan. Like, what am I supposed to say? So, well, obviously there'll be some scans that just not going to translate back and forth like that. They can. So I would look towards those channels, but I wouldn't necessarily exclude anything, in that regard. And then I'm happy to share that scan with you. Just if you want for a swing scan there, David, bear with me. I'll find a link to that. All right, so that's that. So as I link that scan, just real quick, a little behind the scenes shot of it. I'm looking at stocks that are $11 or more. They trade at least 750,000 shares on the day, relative volume of one. They are 75% above the low of their 20-day range. So I'm trying to find stuff that maybe is breaking out over the last 20 days and, 75% above the low of today's range. So I don't mind if something is pulled back from its high today. I just don't want to see it pulled back too far. It also does mean, I get things that have insanely spiked on the day as well that I won't be interested in. For example, I'm not going to care about ZBio. Anything is up $9 on the day. I'm just not going to go chasing things like that. But there will also be things in here that I do want to see. So I go through chart by chart and start marking things up. And that's one of the reasons I like with the swing trading. I could take my time. I could go through the charts and see how I feel about them, things like that, instead of, with day trading. So, you got to make some decisions pretty quick. And I don't like to be rushed. Yeah, and then Justin, if you could send, along with those support files, you send me an email, what stock it was, like I said, screenshots of the orders tab, I guess the chart, some stuff like that. And see if I can do some detective work on what happened with with that. You got it, David. got going on? Interesting. This isn't in anything. It's chopped me in and out of these stocks on the trade wave there. So again, a couple minutes before Barry comes back from his break. If he's listening, don't rush Barry. But don't be shy. Don't be shy. Any questions? Get them in here. We'll get them rocked out. Guess for the moment, while nothing else new is here, I'll take this moment, take my shot at the Perma Bears. One of the great pleasures I have in life. Yeah, it's rough to be a Perma Bear. That's all I can say. Very, very rough. I turned the trade wave off somehow. That's what happened. Interesting. So yeah, I mean, I was told when this day happened here that it's all over. Market's going crashing down. Another Great Depression's on the way. Banks are all failing, and here we are printing new all-time highs today. So at some point we'll have a bear market again. It ain't starting today. Did I notice your notice? I'm not sure what you're referencing, NetTrade, sorry. Did you post something earlier? I'm sorry, did I miss it? Sorry, scroll back up. Or if you could repost whatever it was. I didn't see anything else coming in from you earlier in the session. So I'm scrolling up now. I apologize if I missed that. Let's scrolling. Yeah, I didn't see anything else from you in here. Just see this first post from you. So no, I didn't see anything else come in NetTrade, sorry. Yeah, if you're trying to post a link, you won't be able to post a link here. Sorry. It's a safety feature, I believe. Prevent bots from coming in and spamming with dangerous links.
Or subscribers posting links that you don't want to see. You don't want to help them.
Absolutely. Anything I can do to not deny help to anybody.
And I kid Chris. Of course, I kid Chris.
I know. Did you get whatever mission you needed to get done?
Yes, most of it, yes.
Oh,
yes.
okay. Well, all right.
That's why I'm a little bit late. Normally, I listen to you for the last 15 minutes or so, but I just popped on now. So.
Okay. Well, if you had been listening before at about 5 of, I said, if you're listening, Barry, take your time. Don't rush.
Oh, okay. Well, I can relieve you now if you got things to do. I'm fully prepared to take over.
All right, we can do that. We can do that.
Okay. So I know there were some questions about custom formulas and things like that. So I'm assuming you helped. I know there was
Yeah.
one individual that was looking
Yeah,
for
we-
SMA, not crosses so much, but greater than. So
Yep,
I'm sure you were
exactly.
able.
So they seem to have a good handle on it, I gathered.
Okay.
And like anything else, just shoot me an email and I do the best that I can. As I've had to state to many people, my custom knowledge and our custom support has some limitations, but we could certainly get you pointed in some directions that will help without a question.
Yeah, I've often wondered, like, what percentage of our customers actually have, maybe not just one, but let's say made five custom formulas. I wonder what percentage that would be.
Low. I
Very low.
guess somewhere in the 15% range. That's just a guess though, based on, my interactions through, Scout and all that.
Yeah. Okay, my friend, I'll take over now. And are you going to be doing it again tomorrow, or do you know?
No, it'll be one of the other guys tomorrow. However, I will not be here next Monday, so I will definitely do Tuesday. So instead of, it being the rotation that we have on Tuesday, the rotation will come Monday instead because I'm running the New York City Marathon on Sunday and I'm taking Monday
Oh,
off.
fantastic. So
Yeah.
your knees, I mean, I remember you did it a few years ago, but your
Yeah.
knees got shot or something. So
Yeah, they're
fantastic.
still not great, but physical therapy and more careful about how I train now seem to be all right. I ran it last year. I did all right. I'm running it this year. I'm running it next year, and I'm
So
running
what's
it
your
in
time? What,
2027.
2 hours, 10 minutes or so? 2 hours, 10 minutes, 2 hours, 15.
Yeah, on a bike.
Yeah. Even on a bike, that'd be.
No,
All right. Well,
probably
listen,
gonna
good
be
luck.
somewhere around a little under 5 hours is what I'm guessing.
Okay, cool. As long as you finished. I mean,
Yeah.
as far as I'm concerned, if a person finishes, that's a badge of honor right there.
After doing it, yes, I realize what a badge of honor it really is.
Yeah. Okay, Chris. Well, we'll talk to you next Tuesday then. Okay.
All right.
And
Sounds
I'll
good.
I'll find out how you did. Okay, guys, I'll take over now. So I'm just going to wait for Chris to delete or get his screen sharing stopped. Oh, I think he already did. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, guys. So I'm back in both rooms right now. Just give me one moment. And one last little task. Music's going. And yeah, I was kind of looking at that CODX. We'll have to see. I mean, if it craters under $1, it gets back down to 50 or 60, well, maybe even 80 cents. I may take a look at it tomorrow, put a price alert at the high of today, but it'd be great if it could hold over $1, and we may get another move tomorrow. And let's see now, NTSK. I don't think I've seen this one today. NTSK, see what it's doing. Netscope. This is the one that had the crazy day last week, guys. I think it was an earnings play last week. Flowers had a very crazy day. I'm sorry, it was not an earnings play. It has earnings coming up on the 30th, excuse me. But it had a crazy day here, got all the way up to 710, and it closed down here at 441. Remember, it had some kind of news and all that, but man, now it's just really, really giving it up again. Thank you, Obi. Netscope IPO in September. Okay. All right, guys. Well, obviously something's gone wrong with my 5-minute SPY chart. There's no way this is happening. So let me change the time frame. There we go, and get it back. Yeah, there we go. Which is a good segue, guys. When you see something kind of weird happening, maybe on your charts and all that, instead of, a lot of times either A, close down your chart, bring up, or change the time frame and get it back. I mean, that's why that happened. I don't know. But instead of trying to spend half an hour trying to figure out why did I get those little dots on the SPY chart, just put another time frame up, get it back. Usually that'll rectify the situation. Ooh, sorry about that. That's the one I was trying to think of. The CRISPR, the NTLA, CRISPR, and edit. So this is still down for the day, but I think it just got hammered down because of. I think it just lost because of what happened with NTLA. I don't think there's any other reason, and that's the CRSP, but it is trying to come back. All right, guys, 105. So over my homepage one last time today. Just a minute. Got to wish somebody happy birthday. All right, just somebody within trade ideas. Okay, guys. So look at my homepage and let's take a look at what you can find on it, including, of course, how to take out a subscription. Promo code is up and running, the correct one now. Okay, so William will keep the room open until 3:45-ish. So I'll be taking off sometime around 2, maybe later if there are questions, but no questions. I'll be taking off around 2 o'clock, but William will keep the main room open till 3:45-ish. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So here is the promo code you can use. Okay, so you'll get 25% off first month only, or the entire year of whatever subscription you take. So that's both for standard and premium. So first month only, monthly on a standard and premium, first month only, or the entire year, standard and premium, 25% off. Okay. All I ask, use my code, helps to keep the rooms free. Company tracks the promo codes. They see people using my code enough times, they'll keep their rooms free. Those of you on YouTube, if you want to head into the main room, especially I have to shut down YouTube completely. I can keep the main room open once I leave because William can moderate it. Trading room, though, you can come. All I have to do is click on trading room, and that'll get you into the main room. Okay, a lot more action, a lot more activity or interaction amongst traders in the main trading room. Scroll down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. If you do take out a subscription, you click on my homepage link, scroll down, education section right here. Getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas, I would start off with the second video. And it's all free. I mean, you can obviously look at this even if you don't have the program. Why would I do that? Well, you know what? I mean, the program's excellent, but it may not be for you. So I would start off with that second video and do the 11 of them. And that should give you an idea about whether or not you want to try us for at least a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, for you, free series of videos for you, those of you who are new to trading. And if you're looking for my scans information, or if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, and this is the information that I'm sharing. Okay. So the biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. Halts resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. But as you can see, I do have other combination of scans. These are real-time alerts, the momentum scan, gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan. These aren't scans, these are tree maps, but all sorts of different types of information you can find on my homepage, okay? And remember, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. And I see Codex, CODX is now starting to drift underneath $1. Boy, nice little move here now for the Lumen, LUMN, just over the whole number. Not really, I wouldn't call this sort of a parabolic move. So over the whole number, 907. Let's take a look at, I usually go to a week, but with the way the market is, you usually have to go to a monthly chart to see where the next high is. Yes, so the next high is 1032. So there is room on the monthly chart for LUMN to move. Let's see how well it holds 9 over 9. And was there news? Lumen breaks connectivity barriers for U.S. businesses, expands availability of internet on demand to over 10 million new locations. Okay, well, so there was some news today for LUMN. This SUPV is still pretty strong, guys. I've noticed some of the other Argentinian stocks have let me just see what do you see with the yeah, you see it's been kind of fading. I mean, it's been a little bit choppy up and down, but SUPV has been pretty darn strong. I look at PAM as an example. Yeah, I mean, it's been still pretty strong, hanging over 10. PAM, though, is quite different. Teo, you know what? You're absolutely right. I forgot that was an Argentinian stock, Obi. I don't know why. It only has Argentina in the name. All right, guys. Yeah, keep an eye on this lumen. I mean, the longer it holds over 9, it's not parabolic on the 2, really. And the longer it holds over 9, could have a nice move. Remember, it's got room on the monthly chart anyway to 10, 1034 or so. So I'd be watching this one. Had some news. It's not a low float, guys. They don't have to be low floats, of course, but it's almost got a billion in the float. Surprised it didn't show up here anywhere. All right, guys, I'm going to, I like this one. I'm going to take it and let's see, 9 is my out. So it's got, let's see, lumen. Again, it's not going to be a rocket ship, not with that float. Wave is still strong. So let's see. Well, yeah, I mean, that's how I look at things. I mean, where did you see it? Yeah. I mean, you saw it at what, 728? You're talking the price, right? The unusual tech. Yeah. So, I mean, 728. Now, the only thing is that the next high was 838 on the daily. So there was probably enough room. I would have looked at that and said, okay, there's enough room to the next high. It could have stalled there. Now, wait a minute. When did you see this? Oh, you're talking about last week? Because it was never 728 today, I don't think, unless you're talking pre-market. Oh, last week. Okay. Well, so you're talking about right here, basically the low of what about that was been Thursday. And oh, I see. Okay. So you're looking left. Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't have taken it either. Yeah. I mean, 720, 730 right there and 746 right there. I may have waited for that to clear. Not being a swing trader though, but if I'd seen it there and I thought, you know what, this is looking really interesting, I probably would have put a price alert around 745. All right, guys. I'm just kind of biding my time right now. I'm in this Lumen. I want to see if it has any sort of a run in it. LUMN. iRobot's been weak all day. IRBT been weak basically all day long. That's why we're not getting any alerts. It's gonna be a moment, guys. Probably right now, a little over 9 now, Ryan. But, yet if you took it, you have to have your own stop, right? You have to have your own plan, but, again, I'm not expecting a major move here. I really am not. I'm in around 907, okay? So, I'm not really expecting a major move. It's just something kinda to do. Want to add a formula for the 8 SMA crossing above the pre-market high in a 2-minute time frame. So that looks like that's got to definitely be a well. First of all, let me see crossing above the pre-market high. Well, you're really getting okay. Okay. Well, I think Chris probably gave you some links, right, for the formulas that are available. Just give me a moment. I want to make sure. I'm pretty sure those. I'm sure he must have given you something like this, the formula editor data points, right? Okay, so you're looking for the 8 SMA 2-minute. Okay, so right there, SMA 28. Okay, right there. So there's your, and then crossing. Now you will not get an alert. You can only show that it's going to be above it. Okay, there's no alert if like a real time alert. You can only, okay, because we do have where's the pre-market? I'm sure we've got the pre-market high somewhere. Oh, right here. Other page. So here's your pre-market high, today's pre-market high, high underscore pre. So all you can do is show the stocks that are going to be above it. You cannot, you cannot have a cross of it. In other words, get a real-time alert when it crosses. So that may not be what you want. But here are the two data points, the high underscore pre and the SMA underscore 2 underscore 8. Okay. So you could only have something like SMA underscore 2 underscore 8 greater than high underscore pre. Now, you could do something that, limits it, but I don't know. It seems it's going to get pretty complicated, I think. In other words, limiting it to, say, a percent above. It gets a little complicated, though, in my opinion. If that works, so great. I used to do custom. I have a whole bunch of them. I used to do custom formulas when I got really keen, when I took out the program many, many, many years ago, 15 years ago now. Okay, guys, 128. So another half hour or so for me. So if you got questions, keep them coming. Again, I'll always stay a little later. I do have to definitely have to take off at around 2:15 anyway. Well, I was looking for an SMA 28 above the pre-market high. All right, Lumen. Do I keep my alerts to outside of hours? So by that, do you mean most of my alerts are I mean, unless I get rid of it, they're going to be outside if that's what you mean. And so I guess sometimes they could trigger outside because they will trigger in the post market. But most of the time, I just care about the day itself. So sometimes I just forget I even created the alert, if that's what you mean. Because, for instance, so here are my price alerts. Now, I've got these are all sort of working. In other words, yeah, very rarely do they trigger pre-market for me. Now, maybe it's because the alerts they're non-existent really. And I mean, I should go through this. For instance, I have an alert here for GWH at 1389. The price is 508 now. Okay. So a lot of this is just laziness. Let's just go through these. I could probably, in fact, if it's not an IPO, yeah, just get rid of all these. But I will put the Codex one in still, just in case tomorrow it does get above today's high and goes on that little run. Come on. So now, could this trigger after hours? Yeah, it could. Which, in that case, it wouldn't be so bad. But typically, I don't have that issue that you have. Hmm. Yeah, I don't have. I really haven't seen that happen to me. Maybe it's just the nature of the price alerts I'm putting the unusual tech. I really haven't had that happen. So I'm not saying it can't happen, but I have not had that issue. No, there's only price now. No, yeah, only price. No combination of price and volume, unfortunately. I mean, you do have you can add volume in here, but it's not. Thought I had the volume, but I didn't today. Volume. Yeah. So you can have the volume in here, but it's not going to say, okay, only trigger new price alert if the volume is at least 50,000 shares or 100,000 shares. No, unfortunately, no. All right, MAMK just got okay. Well, I hope there's nobody's in this right now. This is one man again. Look at it, 1279 this morning. I thought maybe I just heard the halt on it. I was wondering, okay, what is it? $100 now? All right, guys. About 20 to 2. So I have about 20 minutes left. Okay, Lumen inching its way up for me. Look at the volume. It came into DTCK right here. Look at that volume. Oh man, I saw this FDMT quite a bit earlier. No, it hasn't really run away that much. Okay. You know, guys, this could be a late dayer. Look at the volume in this. Look at the volume in CODX, 882 million. Okay, it's a big float. Also, well, big. I mean, it's a big float for at one point a 30 odd cent stock. 46 million in the float. It's turned the float over 19 times so far. But look at the volume. Probably do a billion shares today. Only has 118 million to go. And it's not even, we have about not quite 2.5 hours left. So almost for sure it's going to do a billion. Well, it could come very close to a billion shares. $175 times normal. That's a relative volume filter. So remember, the relative volume filter works time of day. So up to this time of day, 140, sorry, a dollar, I'll get it right, 1 hour and 40 minutes Eastern time. So, I mean, believe me, if it takes out this high here, I mean, it could have another run. Well, let's take a look. I mean, on the no, I've got a 15. I don't know why I have a 5 minute here. Should be a 15-minute chart right there. So yeah, so I mean, it's orange, 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 and flattening out, and now turning a little bit blue. So hopefully for you, Carlos, that'll maintain a little blue wave for you. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm still here. If you have a question, I'll hop back on the mic. Okay, I'll get back on the mic if there's a question. All right. I appreciate that, Carlos. Chris is very good. Actually, most of the guys who work at Trade Ideas are very good explaining different aspects of Trade Ideas. But I'll take the compliment. That's actually a better question for you. Why did you pick it up? What was your reasoning for picking it up? Never mind what we think. I mean, obviously, it's had a nice day, but why did you pick it up? What made you do it? Talking about taking DGXX as a. I'm assuming it's a. I mean, it's an all-time high. I mean, there's that. It's. I guess I don't think this was an IPO. Again, I symbol name change. Something happened back here. But what made you do it? No, I corrected myself. I mean, it looks like an all-time high when you look down here, but I just have a feeling it was a symbol name change of some sort back here. Okay. Yeah, I did correct myself. Okay. It's just that we've got it down here as a an all-time high because when you look here, it looks like it is, but it isn't. Okay, so Sudipta, this is a YouTube room. You want to scan on specific stocks, but not okay. So you have to do what's called create a watch list. Okay, symbol list, a watch list. It's in the guide. I'll show you where you can find it in the guide. Just give me one moment, okay? So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit, and then when you see the education section, click on more info. And then at the top here is our user guide. So in the user guide, and the reason I always point people to the user guide because it's a great reference, okay? Because I could sort of show you, but you're going to forget, okay? So now where is it? Watch list. Okay. So if you go to the watch list section, okay, in the user guide, there's a whole and there's nice videos and text, etc. Okay. And that'll show you how you can create your own watch list with the symbols that you want to follow. Okay. It shows you how you edit, how you can, take things out of that list and add things to the list, etc. Okay. Oops. I think I accidentally, yeah, I accidentally shut down the main or got out of the main room. Just give me a moment. Sorry about that, guys. I accidentally shut down the room, but it's 2:01 anyway, so I think I'll just get the screen sharing up, but I accidentally shut it down. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions. It's now 2:02. So I think I'm going to head out. As always, thanks for all the help all day long. The main room will open tomorrow at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I'll try to get the YouTube room open sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. I'll get on the mic in both rooms at 9 o'clock. So for those of you in YouTube, you can click on my homepage link. Okay, click on my homepage link, and if you want to come into the main room will still be open till 3:45. I won't be on the mic, and there'll be no screen sharing, but there's still plenty of action, plenty of traders still in the room. Okay. So all you do is click on my homepage link, and at the top here, scroll down a little bit, and where you see trading room right there. Okay, that's for YouTubers. Okay, guys, don't see any questions, so we'll see you guys tomorrow. And YouTubers, I do have to shut you down completely.